And let me start with the disclaimer. Due to the governor's statewide disaster declaration relating to COVID-19 pandemic and current public health guidelines for social distancing, I've determined that it's not prudent for the members of the village board or staff to convene in person for tonight's meeting. Therefore, the members of the village board are attending this meeting by video conference. Those same conditions require barring access to the public for in-person attendance. In light of those limitations, the public is invited to attend and listen to the meeting through the Zoom platform or by phone as indicated on the meeting agenda. To comply with the Open Meetings Act requirements for virtual meetings, tonight's meeting is being recorded. So the first step is to now do a roll call attendance and also to make sure that all of the elected officials can be heard. Amy, will you take us through that?
Yep. Trustee Borowski, can you hear me?
Yes, attending here, present.
Excellent. Trustee Kritzmeyer.
Yes, I can hear you. I'll join video in a little bit. I'm still organizing.
Wonderful. And Trustee O'Reilly, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Thank you. Trustee Nora.
I'm here and I can hear you.
Thank you. Trustee O'Connor, can you hear?
I can hear you.
Thank you. And Trustee Michaud.
I'm here and I can hear you.
Thank you. All right.
We're all present and accounted for. So let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag,
The flag
The flag
of
the United States
United
of America,
of America
and to the
and
republic
to the republic
for which it
for which it
stands,
stands
one nation,
one
under
nation,
God,
under God,
indivisible, with
indivisible,
liberty
justice.
and justice
Justice
for all.
for all.
All right, welcome everyone. The first item on the agenda is the Homeowners Association visitors. Is Deb Gammon here from the Estates of Oak Hills? Deb, are you here? What about Oak Hills Unit 1, Eric Burgess? Are you here? Okay, if not, we'll move right into the second item on the agenda, which is a special event and signage application for the Scarecrow Day. Are there any questions, or otherwise I'd be looking for a motion, roll call motion to approve.
I would make a motion to approve the Scarecrow Day special event application.
Moved by Trustee O'Reilly, seconded by
I second.
Trustee Nora. That's a roll call.
Trustee Borowski.
Aye.
Trustee Kritzmeyer.
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Aye.
Trustee Nora.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
And Trustee Michaud.
Aye.
All right, motion carried. Veterans Day this year is on November 11th. The Village Tavern is doing a veterans event, a program for our veterans, and they have asked for the waiver of the raffle license fee. Does anyone have any questions? If not, I would be looking for a motion to approve.
I would make a motion to approve the waiver of the raffle license, $25 application fee, and raffle license bond for the Village Tavern Veterans Benefit.
Moved by Trustee O'Reilly, seconded by
Second.
by
Can I ask
Trustee
a
O'Connor.
question?
Oh, you sure can. I knew you were going to ask a question, by the way, too.
Well, yeah, because it's, is the application complete? The application in the board packet didn't seem like the form was filled out properly. And the second question is the same question on the tax-free designation of the charity that we're talking about. Wasn't clear to me in the packet, so I wonder if there's any clarity on those two.
Village Manager Ledspike, do you have any comments on that? See, Dave, you're muted, huh?
Ding.
Dave, is that you, the 7715?
Hello,
There you
this
are.
is Dave.
Yep.
Hi there. Sorry about that. in terms of the completeness of the application, I wasn't seeing anything that was missing there, Chris. Was there something specific that you were looking for?
I didn't even think there was a signature on the piece of paper, was there? Plus, there's no indication of who the charity is. Or-
The signatures, yeah, I see that now. Yeah, it is not signed. All I know is it came directly from the Village Tavern. This is an event that they have held in previous years. And I know that at least a portion of the proceeds, if not all of it, goes to the veterans. It's a fundraiser for veterans. I don't know the particulars of it, though.
Well, it talks about they're going to feed and entertain the veterans for free on Veterans Day, right? November 11th. So,
Yes.
Chris, you're okay with it with a signature?
You've got enough votes, Bill. You can move forward. I bet. I'm just not going to. I'll abstain probably.
Okay, so it was moved by Trustee O'Reilly, seconded by Trustee O'Connor. Roll call.
Trustee Micho,
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor,
Aye.
Trustee Nora,
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly,
Aye.
Trustee Kritzmeyer,
Aye.
and Trustee Borowski.
I'll abstain. Thank you.
All right, motion carried. Moving on to the next item was the report of the Economic Development Commission from this morning. I don't know if Trustee Micho wants to take us through that or how you want to proceed.
I'm happy to. I know we're trying to get through an agenda. Nothing super exciting happened today. We did have Ron Lance from the Lake County Partners speak, and he was very insightful, really interesting. It's a great person to have in our pocket to collaborate with. There's some interest in doing the How'd You Do It is a quarterly segment and incorporating that into the EDC's meetings. The one thing that we didn't finish up with last week was the EDC work plan. I don't know if we want to tackle that, if you guys had a chance to look at it, if you had any problems, or if you were comfortable with moving forward. But that's kind of a very abbreviated, a lot of things are in the works. They're doing good work. The meetings are running smoothly. I think they're doing great things.
From the work plan perspective, what do we need to do? Do we need to formally approve it?
I think we do. It was, we got it really late 2 weeks ago, and not everybody had had a chance to look at it. And so I don't know if you've had it. It didn't make it onto the agenda again this week. I mean, it is in the manager's notes, but I don't know if everybody's had a chance to look at it. We could kick the can, but I do think we need to give them, direction, say we're for this or we disagree with this or such.
But is it a vote of some sort, Dave? Do you know, or what's the thought for this? I didn't look at the resolution that established the EDC. Is this something we formally approve or acknowledge?
They're looking for some money, so I would think, and we had been sending them back several times saying, look, if you want some money, you need to link it towards particular, projects and anticipated results. And I think what I saw in there, they've done that. I think it's worth a conversation next time if we could put it on, but that's an opinion.
And Bill, I'm pulling up the EDC resolutions. I'll confirm that and I'll send a note out to the board in terms of if this is just simply a presentation and acceptance or if there's some formal approval.
Yeah, I got the money.
Do they need to go through a regular budget approval, or can we just approve it collectively with the plan?
I would be in favor of the latter. I think tying them together makes sense.
Yeah, I do too. But then one questions where's the money coming from?
Yeah,
This
I have not been able, go ahead.
This is Vic. We do need to make sure that it's budgeted. We also need to make sure that the expenditures are approved, at least in broad brush. If we want to give them some discretion as to the particulars, that's something that can be done. It doesn't have to be by resolution. It can be. But it can't simply be a line in the budget, nor can it simply be an approval. It has to be both.
So it needs to be an agenda item that we need to vote on, right?
That would be the best way to document it.
So we can discuss it more. I mean, I read it. It looks good to me. But
Can we do a polling of support for what they've created and not touch the money issue and just, I mean, they've worked so hard to reach this point. I hate to put them off another 2 weeks.
Absolutely. So why don't we start with you, Trustee O'Reilly? What do you think?
Oh, I approved 2 weeks ago.
Yes, you did. Absolutely. Trustee Nora? You're muted, by the way.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I approve of it.
All right. Trustee Browski?
Difficult question. I still think that expenditure should really be very controlled by the village board, and some of the work assignments can be made by the village board. I look at the EDC as a guidance to tell us what we should be doing and what we should be spending money on, not necessarily delegating the task of spending money to others. I think the work plan itself is fine. I think some of the things they've highlighted is fine. But on the other hand, I still wonder why there's some of those that the village staff isn't working on or can be working on in the future.
Thanks for your feedback, Chris. I appreciate that. Trustee O'Connor?
Can I clarify that we're voting on the work plan and we're going to discuss the money next time? Is that correct?
Well,
Yeah.
I think we're going to, it's work plan, and then also, I mean, if you have no objections to the money, that would be great to know too. So
I don't have it in front of me, and I apologize for that. I'm fine with the work plan. I can abstain if it helps.
it's not a formal vote, so you're.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm fine with the work plan. I'd
Okay.
like to chat more about the dollars.
Okay. Thank you. Trustee Kritzmeyer?
Because I don't remember that. I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically $750 for membership subscriptions, $2,000 for video production, art preparation, which is publicity, $500 for hospitality, and $1,000 for exploring fund sources, grants, and so forth. So whatever that adds up to, $3,250, I think. So that's their budget.
Okay.
Trustee Kritzmeyer?
I'm generally fine with the work plan they've outlined. I'd like to see some identified outcomes that they're looking for. I think the money they're looking for is modest. Totally take Chris's point about, not necessarily handing them the checkbook, but I think that these things make sense to me. I would just encourage to sort of say, expand social media use. What are they trying to get from it? I think they're assuming it, and I think it's going to be fine.
Thank you for that. Last but not least, Trustee Michaud, the liaison to the EDC.
I think it's great. I think we've got a great group of people. They put a lot of time and energy into this, and I like what they're. I feel coming into this last fall, I feel like there's a really great focus, and they're getting good traction, and I like what I see, and I think the money was kind of put in. I think it probably will evolve as the EDC gets some traction on some of these projects. So I think these are kind of loose numbers, but I do think they have value. And I myself am using the membership of $50 for the to join a membership. So I think it's reasonable, and I think they're well intentioned. So,
Well, I certainly hope they don't evolve back to 50,000.
Me too.
Could I
Me
add
too.
something to the
Me too.
discussion?
Oh yeah, Roger, please.
Just my understanding of the ordinance is that we have to submit some kind of a report of what we plan to do. It's generic. I don't feel it's binding on our group. Who knows where we'll end up going, but it's just our general sense of direction. And as far as the money is concerned, at least within the EDC group, we're still of the mind that if we really want to spend serious money, we would have to go at least to the village manager, if not to the full board of trustees, to get a specific authorization to spend even $500 to have somebody class up some kind of a website or something like that. So I don't think anybody in the EDC looks at this as an open checkbook or anything like that. So add that.
Thanks, Roger. But what we'll do is we'll formally put it on the agenda to formally approve during our next board meeting. But I think you got direction. Everyone's thumbs up on the work plan. So. All right. Any other questions? Or Jenny, want to continue? Anything else you want to share?
I think I'll have more next week or in a few weeks because they're working on a flow chart for businesses, which seems pretty. They're calling it Your Bridge to Business, which I think is exciting and appropriate considering the bridge. But no, I think it was. I'm just going to say end of report.
Great. Any questions for Jenny? If not, we'll move on to the next item. Okay, so the next item, I'm gonna actually read the resolution because a lot of work went into putting the resolution together, but this is a resolution appointing Kathy Weiberg as the Scenic Conservancy and Scenic Corridor Commission member emeritus. And so, working or dedicating 19 years of your life to a commission is something that is admirable and very important, and we need to recognize it. And so Kathy Weiberg has served as a member of the Conservancy and Scenic Corridor Commission of the Village of Long Grove for 19 years, April 2001. And whereas the CSC is charged with the responsibilities of educating and assisting in the maintenance and renovation and enhancement of conservancy districts and scenic corridor easements within the village, which areas and easements are essentially components of maintaining the overall community character of Long Grove. And whereas the CSC also serves as a resource for the undertaking the regulations and restrictions for the conservancy districts and scenic corridor easements. And whereas in her service to the village through the CSCC, Kathy Weiberg has demonstrated great knowledge and devotion to the responsibilities of the CSCC, and the President and Board of Trustees of the Village of Long Grove hereby recognize her contributions to the betterment of Long Grove. And whereas Ms. Weiberg has informed the village that she is no longer able to commit to performing the responsibilities of regular members of the CSCC. Whereas the village board respects Ms. Weiberg's decision to step down as a member of the CSCC, but the village board also desires to retain Ms. Weiberg's special knowledge and expertise in understanding of the conservancy areas and scenic corridors that enhance the Long Grove community. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the President and Board of Trustees of the Village of Long Grove and in the County of Lake, State of Illinois, as follows. Recitals. The foregoing recitals are hereby made part of the resolution as set forth. Section 2, recognition of service. On behalf of the village, its residents, and those who visit and enjoy Long Grove, the Village Boy hereby recognizes the long-term service and devotion that Kathy Weiberg has conferred upon the village and its residents, and does honor and thank her for the significant contributions to establishing and maintaining the special character of Long Grove and its environs. Section 3, honorary CSCC member emeritus. In recognition of her special knowledge, expertise and understanding of the conservancy areas and scenic corridors that enhance the Long Grove community, the village board hereby confers upon Kathy Weiberg the title of Member of Emeritus of the CSCC. And a member emeritus, Ms. Weiberg, is entitled but not required to attend and participate in meetings of the CSCC and to participate in the CSCC discussions and deliberations in the same manner as other members of the CSCC, provided, however, that Ms. Weiberg, A, shall not be counted as a member of the CSC for purposes of determining a quorum, B, shall only be entitled to cast non-binding votes that will not be included when determining a decision of the CSCC. This resolution shall be in full force and effect from and after its passage, approval, and publication as required by law. So I want to thank, I don't know if Kathy is here, if Kelly Smith's here, Jim, I don't know if you want to say anything, but if anyone wants to say anything about Kathy Weiberg, this would be a great time to do it.
Bill, this is Jim. Vic, thank you for the resolution. I thought you did a fine job on it, and it really kind of covered the bases. The 2001 date is when the CSC was formed. They actually functioned kind of as an ad hoc committee before that, and Kathy was a part of that. She was our plant expert that was on the CSC. We looked at her for the native species and the plantings that went into the conservancies. I very much enjoyed working with her. I thought Kathy was just a wonderful asset to the community, so I think this resolution is totally appropriate. And Maggie McCasey, who you appointed last time, will be taking that spot. So that's all I have to say.
No, thanks for adding that extra commentary and color. So any other comments?
Bill, can I move to approve resolution appointing
Yes.
Kathy Weiberg as member emeritus to the Conservancy Scenic Corridor Commission?
Moved by trustee Borowski, seconded
Second.
by trustee Michaud.
Mhm.
Roll
All
call.
right. Trustee Borowski.
Aye.
Trustee Kritzmeyer.
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Aye.
Trustee Nora. Excuse me. Trustee Nora.
You're muted.
Aye. Sorry about that, guys.
Thank you. Trustee O'Connor
Aye, and thank you to Kathy.
and Trustee Michaud.
Thanks to Kathy and I.
Excellent.
All right, motion carried. Yeah, that's congratulations, and maybe something we can publicize as well too. So the next item on the agenda is ordinance amending the village code regarding liquor licenses. And so we put this back on the agenda.
May I ask who the two people were that voted to reconsider this?
I don't think anyone's voted to reconsider it at this point.
Then how do you bring it back? If it was voted on 2 weeks ago, it didn't pass, then you need to go to a vote of reconsideration, and that takes two people on the prevailing side.
Actually, a matter can be brought up meeting after meeting after meeting if it's placed on the agenda. Something that has a process that is attached to it does have to go through the provisions that you talk about, Bobby, but this is just coming back.
Okay, it incenses me that we're now going to spend time again on something that's very minor. Have we addressed the fact that we now know that we do not have any protection for the height of a berm? Do we know that? Have we started an ordinance to address that?
No, we have not yet, but let's step back a second. I just want to make sure that no one wants to reconsider this or change their mind. If that's the case, then it's dead. We're going to move on.
Then it would be up to you because you were the tiebreaker.
Right. I'm not changing my position here, but does anyone else want to change their mind? As part of the last meeting, we agreed to put it back on the agenda just in case somebody wanted to consider it. So,
I don't.
I mean, if not, it's stay. You know, we will just leave it as is, Bobby. So, and I agree with you. We need to address that other item. Correct. So,
And God knows how many more there are.
Yep, understand your position. So any, if are there any, does anyone want to change their position? If not, I'm gonna move on. So
Thank you.
you are welcome. The next item on the agenda is ordinance authorizing the feasibility study for the South Gateway TIF redevelopment project area. This sets up the the public hearing. There's a resolution in the packet here. This is just keeping the thing moving forward. I don't know if anyone else, Dave or Vic, wants to make any other comments about this resolution.
I'm here from Tuska Associates if anyone has any questions.
Can we get a better map?
Absolutely.
Because I last week I asked for one and you did improve it, but this map is going to be in so many different publications that it needs to be clearer where it is and how it's formed. We know it, but other people don't get it. So if we could get a little better shot of it, that would be terrific, because it was in our newsletter this past week. And though it was good, it wasn't excellent.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments, questions, or does anyone want to?
Hey, Bill, I do have a question.
Sure.
And maybe it's more of a comment and a question. I think down the road, what I'm looking at or want to see or want to think about is the what if scenarios of the properties involved. What if Excel spreadsheet simulation file, what happens if 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 of these outlots are actually acquired, and the what if scenarios as to what that means in terms of possibilities, in terms of what we can do, in terms of, tax rebate or maybe X number of years after a tax rebate, what those revenue projections would look like. I would hate like heck to go and populate a whole bunch of buildings on these properties and not have a vision for what that's going to mean. Beside, we got buildings on properties. At the end of the day, we want to generate some revenue, but I don't know when the end of the day is without some kind of projection. And not necessarily date-wise, but just from day one, what if 1, 2, 3, or 5 properties are populated? What does it mean for the village? And again, I don't want to hold this up. I think we need to move forward because it offers us a tool. But, I think as we go to public hearing, if I'm kind of a resident, I'm sitting there going, what do we give up and what do we get?
Yeah,
I think that's a reasonable. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Ann.
I was just going to say, I think that's absolutely a reasonable picture to try to paint. I think the first thing we're trying to do is just really set up the opportunity, and the vision should be part of the comprehensive plan. And so to your point, Chris, I think it makes a ton of sense to make sure that that picture is painted, or we review it and make sure it's the picture we like at a public hearing and say, all right, we're setting this up so that we have more tools in the tool set to be able to realize that vision that the comprehensive plan should have been bringing. And we all know all the care and feeding that comprehensive plan certainly enjoyed.
That's a very good comment. Thank you, Ann. I like it.
Other comments? Thoughts?
I would make a motion approving an ordinance fixing a time and place for a public hearing for the establishment of and convening a joint review board for the South Gateway Tax Increment Financing District.
Moved by Trustee O'Reilly.
Second.
Second by Trustee Kritzmeyer. Roll call.
Yep. Trustee Michaud.
No.
Trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
Trustee Nora.
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Aye.
Trustee Kritzmeyer.
Aye.
And Trustee Borowski.
Aye.
Okay, motion carried.
Thank you.
All right. The next item on the agenda, I'm going to set this up, and if I can, I'll do. Go ahead. Somebody have a comment? Nope. I thought I heard somebody. All right. So this is item 8, consideration of a proposal from WRB LLC for administrative and operational services. So Dave resigned on Wednesday, September 9th. So just was at the end of the day, just the day after our board meeting. So this is really our first chance to discuss how to proceed. In my opinion, our priority needs to be getting an interim manager in place as our first step. About 4 weeks ago, we agreed as a board, and I'm maybe a little bit longer than that, to consider hiring a consultant to assist us with documenting our operation and making recommendations to improve our workflows. Trustee O'Reilly, having worked with Bill Balling, and Bill's here tonight with us, in the past, reached out to Bill to obtain a proposal from him. The proposal had 4 parts to it, and they are as follows. 1 was an evaluation of our business model. 2 was development of service level modifications after we understand our business model. And if needed, interim village manager services. And finally, 4, if needed, executive recruitment for a new village manager. So Bill's here tonight, and I'm hoping he can walk us through his proposal and give us his thoughts. But I also did want to let you know that, and I think I've mentioned this too, that I did have the opportunity to talk to Kevin Richardson from Lake Barrington, as well as, and he's the president of Lake Barrington, and as well as their current village administrator, Karen Dalton, and got great reviews. I know Kevin from the private sector, so I have some confidence in his recommendations. So what I'd like to do is kind of go through Bill's proposal. After we do that, I know that I'd like to give the floor to Trustee O'Connor for a little bit so she can take us through some of the conversations that she's had with the ILCMA, the Illinois City County Management Association, which is a professional organization that many administrators, including Dave, belongs to. And Rita got some recommendations, including a guide for recruitment, which I sent out last night, for recruiting a new village manager. I want to reiterate, I think the most important thing for us tonight is to focus on getting an interim manager in place so that we have the continuity of our business operations. And before I turn it over to Bill, I'll ask Trustee O'Reilly if she has anything that she wants to add, to this before we move forward.
Obviously, I had a good working relationship with him, as everyone did. But comically, I have not spoken with him for 35 years. So just to put time in perspective, and I had one brief conversation with him, but have not communicated with him once he gave his proposal. I understood that was your place and have not conversed with him since.
I've talked to Bill several times, and I know that I have a lot of confidence in him. And but I'd like Bill to take the floor if all doesn't mind, and kind of walk us through his proposal.
He's muted.
Oh yeah, Bill, you got to unmute yourself. Let me see if I can unmute you.
Got it here. There we go. Are we
Yep.
good? Well, thank you, President Bill, and thank you, members of the board, for entertaining my proposal this evening. We developed a work plan, actually, and congratulations you, Dave, for your new position. It's going to be a great challenge for you, and I wish you all the best. But the work plan that I put together and that I'll be speaking from is a 4-phased program that actually anticipated that the interim services and the executive recruitment would perhaps come in the future. And we probably have to juxtapose those priorities and launch with the interim management service due to Dave's calendar, and also build the work plan around that. So that would be the one kind of structural modification and proposal. But just by way of real quick background, WRV has been around for about 15 years. We're heavily embedded in metropolitan Chicago. I have work exposure in all the counties, and my last interim assignment was actually Lake Barrington, which was a great engagement with the team out there. Synergies between Long Grove and Lake Barrington operationally, small staff, heavy contracting, but very, very well run, very well managed entities. But anyway, the first couple of phases of the work plan would be really understanding the business case for the village of Long Grove, how the processes and steps are done, who's doing it, and how productive they are. And we really put that in 3 buckets. We put in the kind of the statutory regulatory must-do projects. We put in the middle the policy directives that we get from the village board. And in the third, we put like everything else. And from that, we try to see what are the elements that have the potential for improvement in terms of performance and also effectiveness and efficiency, hopefully with the end target of some cost savings in the long term. There's a side variation of that came up after further research and discussion with President Bill, and that was the business model for the water utility. I have extensive experience in water utility system development. I've been fortunate enough to work with several larger regional systems, the most recent of which is the Morton Grove and Allis Water Commission, where I serve as the superintendent of the commission. I was the overall administrative director of that project through its construction phase. And we're launched in delivering Lake Michigan water with a new source of supply from the city of Evanston. And we separate ourselves from Chicago for price reasons and flexibility that we have. So I feel very comfortable and knowledgeable on the water analysis and planning as a business model effort. But the first exercise in phase 1 would be really understanding how the Long Grove functions, how it works from an administrative standpoint, what's its responsibilities, and what we can identify, and then that would move into, and that's actually a fairly intensive phase of the project, and then we move into the second phase, which sort of the sorting out and connecting with the village board on 2 basic areas. Here's what we found, here's what the base case of services here, and here's on a preliminary basis what we would recommend to move ahead. And I feel comfortable with the budgets that we identified. We work on an hourly basis in terms of the basic commercial terms. And when I say we, I would bring an associate with me on this project. That we work together on several projects, including City of Prospect Heights on Silver Fork and, of course, Lake Barrington. But from that direction that we'd get from the board, then we would move into the implementation phase. And what I had identified as phase 2A would also be consideration should they leave of providing interim services. So phase 2A, where actually the big chunk of that would probably be advanced to phase 1A, if you will. And that's very difficult to price at this point because of the scope and direction of what we find really defines where that work would go. My sense is we'd have to pay careful attention to the business model of the water utility that you have, but also the process steps and the mechanics and the embed ourselves in understanding the contractual terms, because we provide substantial services on a contractual basis from service providers. So that's where the mix would come in terms of understanding the business model, and obviously as the interim services, we have to drive the policy agenda and the administrative agenda for the village. So that's a block of time that's best handled in an hourly basis. And with prior engagements, what we try to do is really get a clear understanding of what the expectation is for the city or village in terms of how much resources to be applied to that and over what period of time. And so pricing management, cost management is really driven by the directions that we proceed on how to move ahead. The phase 2B is actually, as President Bill said, would be WRB LLC runs an executive recruitment service. It's not a large service. We try to call it a boutique service, but we focus on really top level positions, department directors and village managers and administrators. And we do a pretty nice job. We were fortunate enough to do the Lake Barrington search, and we don't do dozens and dozens of these, but the ones we do very well. And part of the reasons that they have good outcomes is we spend a lot of time with the elected policy leaders and, if directed, with members of the community to understand and mesh together the desired objectives in terms of work traits and work skills and overall fit, because long-range commitments and tenure with really good people really ties best in a working relationship when you can create that good fit between the policy leaders and the village and the understanding of what Long Grove is. And I don't have to share with any of the people on this call tonight that Long Grove has a very clear understanding of its direction, and it's to be applauded for consistently over a number of years being able to maintain the Long Grove feel. And a lot of people, and you go all over metropolitan Chicago, and they know what we're talking about when we say, hey, let's get up to Long Grove and let's do, you know, it has a clear definition, and that doesn't happen by itself. It happens as a result of a consistency in terms of policy development, and also an understanding of an administrative structure that can make that service platform work effectively and efficiently. So that one, the recruitment, we have a pretty good understanding on what that service would take, and we feel confident projecting a cost for that. So the key issues with regard to the interim management services are the level of commitment to the engagement. And I mentioned to President Bill, I said, this is a project. I always plan my consulting horizon, if you will. This would be Long Grove would be a primary client, which means this would be my primary focus. I do have other continuing engagements, such as being the superintendent of the Long Grove Niles Water Commission. But the focus and balance for the engagement would be the Village of Long Grove. And that's how I'm just coming off an assignment with the Village of Orland Park. In that case, it was doing similar tasks, but with the Public Works Department. And so that's sort of how I lay out my work and service plan for the visible horizon, if you will, and how I would approach this assignment. I would have an associate and with me to work on actually frontline the two aspects of the analysis itself, the interviewing, the focus, the metrics that we put together for how are we doing efficiently, and then also involved in the executive recruitment service should we be selected to do that search as well. So that's sort of in a capsule form what the proposal is to the Village of Long Grove. It's not dissimilar from what we did in Lake Barrington. I know President Bill mentioned Lake Barrington, but that would be a good similarity. Prospect Heights would be another one. The interesting part about Prospect Heights is that's also a jurisdiction that operates without a real estate property tax. So squeezing the effectiveness out of the organization is really important there as well. And they've got some pretty broad exposure because it's a more dense community than is Long Grove, and they don't have quite the defined policies on allocating road maintenance cost assignments. So they have a different type of challenge, but they've done a nice job over the years, and the town continues to prosper with. But interesting enough, their big issue is also securing additional supplies of Lake Michigan water. Not perhaps surprisingly, the east side of Prospect Heights is actually served by Lake Michigan Water through an arrangement with Illinois American Water. And the western portion, which is really the estate portion of the city, is basically on well, although they do have the city did acquire a sanitary sewer system from a failing sewer district. And so everybody got sanitary sewer, which is a nice fit for the city. So, over the years, the practice has gained a lot of insights for the on different approaches to service arrangements. I didn't mention, but I had an outstanding, personal, extremely rewarding career in Buffalo Grove as the village manager. Saw through several growth periods, both in terms of annexation, economic development, and population, and was involved in the recreation, if you will, and implementation of the Northwest Water Commission, which provides water service to Buffalo Grove and 3 other communities. So that's sort of a high-level view of what we want. I'd be glad to answer any questions that the board members were. I think it is important with Dave moving on to a new assignment to provide some smooth transition and understanding, because I'm sure he's got a very good perspective on where everything sits. And include that as part of the the transition phasing that would go on. So I'll stop there, President Bill, and entertain any questions or next steps that you'd like to see.
Well, let me take let the trustees make some comments or provide some feedback or whatever questions they have. And I won't start in any order. If somebody doesn't want to start, I'll pick somebody. All right. You're unmuted. Trustee Kritzmeyer, do you have any thoughts?
I have questions.
Sure. Please go.
I have questions. So when I guess the largest one is really overall, you see these as 4 distinct phases, one of which you don't know the scope of, so you can't price. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, it's really hard to define right now because you don't know what kind of issues and how complex some of the problems will be. As we get into the project, we can work, and I have done this in the past, with phased authorizations because nobody likes to sign an open-ended contract, but a clear understanding on how the steps would proceed and what we're seeing. And that's why the tail end of phase 2 is actually a report to the village board. And here's what we see, here's what we got, and here's my sense. Now, what makes this unique is that when I take a job as an acting or interim village manager, I'm basically not a seat warmer. I'm basically working there all the time. One, to drive the city, the daily agenda, if you will, but also to participate in some of this work. So when we proposed and got an outline of what it's going to take to get to phase 1 and phase 2, I think those hours are relatively good right now, but a lot of it comes out in the development of the reports themselves.
What do the deliverables look like for these phases? I mean, I understand.
Yeah, it really depended from town to town. A lot of times it's a narrative report with tables and directions. I've seen, and we've used just on an operational basis, kind of a task and work summary and an expectation on what we're finding. So what I'd like to see is the end product for Long Road, because in my assignments I always have an exit ramp, so I'm not a candidate for the village manager or a permanent assignment, if you will. So having a roadmap that makes some sense and is easy to read, that you can see, well, these are the functional areas, this is what we have, and here's what we're recommending, the direction we're moving. So it would be a written document. It would be obviously print, but electronic. Everybody's doing electronic these days, but we would have that ready as a closing report on directions, if you will, for the new village manager, permanent village manager, and then also for the village board to make sure that you have an opportunity to track the work plan, if you will, going forward after I leave.
Okay. These are in no particular order, it's just sort of the way I wrote things down. When you talk about recruitment, you talk about we have good outcomes. Can you talk about what's a good outcome? How do you define that? What does that look like?
Well, one, when the village managers stay there for a few years, which some of them have, and they prosper and are rewarded for their work efforts. I do maintain a dialogue with the people that we have recruited, as well as talking to the mayors occasionally that I run into them. Well, nobody runs into a meeting anymore because we can't have meetings, but making sure there's some continuing linkages. And we've had some amazing successes. Probably one of the most unique ones that my associate and I were involved in was replacing a 25-year city manager for the city of Batavia. And there was a town that was well connected in the Fox River Valley. It really, the triad between St. Charles, Geneva, Batavia, well-established, picturesque type communities. They had a fellow that was extremely effective. He was there for 25 years. So the mayor, who's also a 9-term mayor, and he's been there forever, he said, look, I want to know what the pulse of the community is. So our task in one of the phases was we talked to over 100 people in about 8 different meetings over 3.5 weeks, and really we captured what the sense of who they wanted to be in position for going ahead for the next decade, because they want to get the right person in place. And then we shared that with the city council, which was a large council. It was I want to say a 12-person, maybe a 9-person council. It was a ward system in Batavia, as many of them are. And then we recruited on that basis. We always put together fairly detailed and distinct recruitment objectives that it's not washed over repeated things. They're things that the policy leaders really want to see in their leader. And we got an excellent response to that. One, because the city's easy to sell. I mean, as I think Long Grove will be easy to sell because of its beauty. But we ended up with hiring Batavia's first female city manager, and she's done an outstanding job for the city and has really pulled together and advanced the agenda of the city. Every time I run into people in the city, they're very complimentary that one, the mayor was bold enough to go out and get an outreach project started, but also we were able to capture that and recruit. So that's a really good recruitment. And then the most recent one I was at, and I just got off it last month, was I had kind of a unique assignment for the city of Orland Park, Village of Orland Park. They offered about 2 years ago and put a shelf life on it, an early retirement incentive. And the key 6 players in Public Works leadership all took the deal. So they had, and they all left like in the spring. So they brought me in first as the interim Public Works director. And then my role was to task and find the right candidate for that, and then move him in position. And then I shifted to the assistant Public Works director, and I hired him just 3 weeks ago. And I ran out of office space to hide in Orland Park. But it was a great thing because both of these gentlemen were career military officers. They were both Public Works officers. One was in the Air Force and the other was in the Navy. And both basically managed the bases and communities, Jacksonville Naval Air Station and these big cities basically had distinct knowledge, a lot of energy. Those were 2 really outstanding. I mean, the likelihood you can land 2 of those guys in the same town. And Orland Park is well served by those appointments. Now, they're both fresh appointments, but I'll guarantee you those are going to be outstanding candidates. And it isn't easy to recruit for Public Works because people think of it as kind of a dirty type of a thing. But when you get to the level of an Orland Park, this is a big service provider, and it's really the anchor of the Southland. Orland and Henley are basically the economic and social anchors of the whole South suburban area, so they have to stay fresh and healthy. And so I would view those as 2 really great finds. I was real happy with the first fella, but when I found the deputy and he had the same basic skill set, I said, that's a good deal. So those are the things we look for: stability, on-point relationship, and good experience, and understanding that Long Grove is not everybody that's been a village manager is going to do a good job in Long Grove. Somebody has to be comfortable with a small business environment. It has to be scaled to understand and really understand the social civic fabric of Long Grove, which is heavily environmental, heavily beautification, heavily events. These things can't be viewed as a burden. They have to be viewed as part of the personality of the village of Long Grove. And finding that person takes some time, and you really need to, you don't need to bring a bunch of people in just to say, oh, we had 50 people that wanted to do it. Well, there may only be 3 people that come close to meeting those standards. So that would be one that we really try to understand is what the fabric of the community is, what the definition of for the policy leaders are, and does the community support those same elements. So those are all wins for us.
I have one more question, and then I don't want to monopolize anymore, but it's just really the space and it's just more kind of like what we find ourselves faced with right now. We're going to need a new future permanent village manager. We're going to need somebody who can be an interim who help keep the lights on. Help us understand, like, why would, and I'll just say this, why would you do all of that operational assessment if I were coming in my industry, which is not this one? I'd want to be the new person to come in and do a ginormous, very rapid listening tour and have that person be able to take in versus candidly us paying you $64,000 plus to be able to do that. It seems to me, help us understand how you see that overlap, because to me, I would want the new village manager to do a lot of that.
Yeah, and I think that's, and I don't want to overstate the importance of this is a recommending it is a recommending position, first to the village board, because I think a clear understanding of the direction at this point in time is really important. It helps you with policy issues. But also, these are advisory directives. These are things that are important. Most confident village managers would welcome such an assessment. When I went into Highwood, which was one of my early acting assignments, the outgoing city manager who moved on to Bannockburn left me a really, really interesting outline. She says, okay, this is what was going on and here's what I recommend. And it really provided substantial efficiency to me. I wasn't threatened by it. And it gave me the flexibility to move in directions on what she viewed were the priorities, and then define them more clearly. So I think this is an assist. The other thing is too, you need a person that's going to be available to run the the policy agenda and the administration. I've made my business out of saying, you know what, there's a value add to that, and that's the operational assessment. And that comes with the package. There won't be too many times that we'll be sitting there looking for things to do. I'll guarantee you that, because we move fairly quickly and have to, because you don't want to stay in limbo too long. You want to give a fair and honest time for recruitment. You want to move fast on the assessment, but move clearly on the assessment, and make sure you link up with the village board on what we're finding and what you're seeing the future, what you're seeing the future directions to be, and then move on that. So it's not a diminishment of the permanent village manager. It's an opportunity, and it's an assist and structure from which both the village board and the incoming manager should have an informational base from which to build.
Okay, thank you. I've got lots of things, but I monopolized, so
Okay.
somebody else can have it.
Okay.
Yeah, so who wants to go next?
I have a question.
Sure.
Yes.
On page 8, under
Yes.
project scope and,
Yep.
and the amounts,
Mhm.
what is the thinking on overhead, and what is overhead? What's
Well,
considered?
overhead is everything it takes to run my business. And I'm actually going to get away from that, because I've had to answer this question more times than I have a very low overhead structure, but it covers everything. My professional liability insurance, my transportation costs, the operation costs of my office. I keep those very low. And I felt at the time that I priced it this way, that I said, people go crazy when they see a 12% overhead, because if you go on other contracts and some engineering contracts, it's a 1.25 or 1.35 factor is the overhead. But I operate, a successful consulting firm really has to operate with a very efficient overhead. But it's the costs of communications. It's the costs of, we just updated our website, all the costs that relate to are associated with the business, and we can fit that in with a 12% margin, which I think is a really good number. But I'm asking, I get asked so many questions, I should just throw in the number in the base fee and say we're without overhead. But it is an important part, and it's important for me to understand what my business overhead is in order to run an efficient business.
So that's obviously, in the way this is written, it's $25,000 plus 12% overhead.
Yeah, right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and that's built on a consulting hour. That's what the basis is. Yeah.
And how many hours does the 25,000 presume?
Well, we looked at the phase 1 and phase 2 is about 185 hours. So I always use my salary basis in order to do the projection, and then hopefully we beat that. So that's we figured those two things will take about 185, maybe 200 consulting hours, and hopefully a little bit less. It really depends what we find and how quickly we can operate.
Okay. Could you speak to the thought that the incoming new manager would want to be a part of this kind of process as opposed to being handed one? when he or she enters
Yeah,
the hall?
I might have misspoken. We always provide an assessment, and a lot of that, it's about 70% to the benefit of the board, because it's, you know, it's useful to understand from an outside perspective where the base case is and what some of the recommendations outbound are. Now, all the recommendations will not be implemented during the interim phase, but it gives the elected officials a nice, clear understanding on what we're finding and how that shapes up to what perhaps it should be. And then the manager inbound would take that as an indicator, have good, healthy conversations at the front end with the village board to reconfirm priorities and drive the administrative agenda to support whatever the board wants to see. So hopefully we see this as a collaborative effort, not one that imposes a plan, but so there's a more full understanding on the part of the village board and the manager on what some of the expectations. And actually we use these priorities in the recruiting brochure. We say, tell us what, you know, like this utility enterprise issue. I'm not sure I can solve that problem. I can point you in a direction. I'm not sure I can solve it in the interim period. I would certainly try to do that. But finding someone that says this is a priority, you know, this in the development phases, we're going to have to find somebody that's comfortable and confident with the TIF districts, because we're talking about expanding TIF districts, managing the ones we have, and spending those resources wisely and directed. So that's not gonna, that might happen, but having that as a visible priority, should we get the recruitment part of the phase, we'll recruit to that and have somebody that we can present to you that would be comfortable with understanding that, with working with the contracted staff teams that carry on major responsibilities for the village, and move on, you know, from that basis. But and believe me, even pre-COVID, consolidation of services and contracted services, which Long Grove is quite familiar with, is only going to expand in the future, because the ability to generate the types of resources that are needed within almost any structure are going to be really challenging. So shrinking the expense footprint in productive ways as goals, I think, is going to become more and more important. Orland's a great example. They're going to take a haircut of about $12 to $14 million in sales tax, because that is the shopping district for cars and malls and everything else in Southwest Cook County. And that's the type of order of magnitude hit that they're going to take, and that's a healthy town. You know, the other communities that are smaller and don't have those reliabilities. Now, Long Grove has, you know, done a good job with setting up the lumber store. Menards, the Marans and the Sunset. I mean, these are really smart strategic moves that don't violate the integrity of the corpus of Long Grove, if you will, and add some sales tax. But everybody's going to be challenged, and so it's probably a healthy time to be doing this for every city. And one of the things I've been pushing a lot on my website is don't forget honest strategic planning, because you know it's going to be easy to get distracted with just collapse of some of the revenue sources, and have really healthy and honest and open strategic planning sessions to make sure you reconfirm the vision and how you're going to get there. So, I mean, there's a lot of moving parts. I mean, it'll be a very exciting job for the next village manager. I can assure you that.
Oh, thank you. I'm not going to ask any more questions so that others have plenty of time to ask theirs.
Chuck, do you want to comment or questions?
Yeah. Bill, so far I've liked everything you've said. I'm a little concerned with this COVID because of the fact that, to my knowledge, we haven't even opened Village Hall yet on a day-to-day basis. How do you get your hands around how this village operates day in and day out when you've got this small staff? They're not even in the same facility as you are.
Well, oh, I'm sorry. Was that the
it's just it's a concern. I just would love to hear your plans.
Well, you know, I worked through the COVID environment in Orland Park because the entire Public Works Department, which was self-enclosed, was deemed strategic. And so we took very measured steps on a health standpoint to separate our operational crews. We physically actually locked the doors between the garages and the office space and said nobody crosses. You go around and you talk through the window. And that combined with really disciplined PPP exercises, the gloves, the run in your hands clean and that. But also you have to get to a point where you can have the right to contact, even masked and even gloved. You're going to have to get people in 10 feet apart now. I guess 6 feet is not enough based on the most recent studies, but get them on the end and say, look, we've got to understand what you do and how you do it. We've got to look at what the contracts look like. It's an awful lot what you do is contracting. Doesn't necessarily, that can actually done remotely, but I would anticipate, closed shop or not, we will spend time in the Long Grove Village Board, Long Grove Village Hall, just understanding some of the information flows and bases. And, but it is complicated. But like I say, the advantage I have with you, it was, we were worked as an intact unit. Village Hall was actually closed in Orland Park. I mean, I didn't know where the guys were, but you just dial them on their cell phone and they pick up. But they were, and they needed to be because it was an active place. All the recreation facilities, Orland ran its own recreation program and it was immense. They were all gone. We had to mothball the rec center and the health club and all that stuff. But then when we reopened, which we did right as I was leaving, we sanitized everything, and got people back into a point where they felt confident. Although the business case on that recreation thing is still, it's not yet anywhere. It's not yet really what it was pre-COVID. So that's going to be a tough business model to hold on to because there's a lot of fixed costs in that type of program. Fortunately, you guys don't have a health club, so.
It's true.
So, but anyway,
Okay.
it'll be a challenge, but it's a challenge, and I'm relatively disciplined. I had a COVID test Monday, I think. What is today? Oh no, a week ago Monday, because my wife we had an incident. Some of our family lives down in Georgia, and our little guy had to go in for surgery, and my son-in-law just got himself a new job, not in Atlanta but in Houston, so he was betwixt and between, and Nancy went down to provide, because we got a kindergartner too. That's all virtual kindergarten. That's kind of interesting. but she provided support, but I didn't go down at all. And I said, let's both get tested. And frankly, we went out to the track. That's the closest one around for us. And they did a complete test. I also had one, we had everybody do it in Public Works that was working as part of our community health initiative for the workers. And that was actually a blood test. So, and that was done through Payless Health, I think. But so I take this stuff seriously. You won't see me without a mask when there's people around. This is kind of fun because I don't have my mask on, but I got them nearby. And you have to, you can protect yourself, but you got to be very disciplined to do that. And so, and I would expect the employees to alert them and make sure they're fully protected as well. So.
Do you anticipate participating in an executive session meeting so perhaps the board can share their thoughts on existing personnel prior to
that would certainly be a part of it. I mean, this is a village-wide assessment, and you just can't surprise the policy leaders or expect them to not be contributing to that issue. My expectation is we would do that in a appropriate and respectful manner to garner and seek your input and what you're seeing in terms of performance. I mean, ultimately, it's the village board we're talking to tonight that's accountable for the performance of that department along with the village manager. But ultimately, the buck stops with the village board if something goes wrong. And like I say, the water pricing concerns me a little bit because that could blow up real quick if it isn't properly handled.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. That's the only questions I had.
Okay.
Trustee O'Reilly, do you want to, or you just want to unmute?
I guess my one question is, and it kind of touches on what Chuck just said, and will you be getting input from all of us on our perspective of how things are going.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, for sure. One of the communities I served, and I don't think Adrian was in with the firm at that point, was in Clarendon Hills. And that's, again, another smaller town, very nice town, very nice town in East DuPage County. They really, really had a lot to say. And most of it was very, very productive and gave us a good base to move from. And that was I was in the context of a operational assessment. The staff was bigger because they did a lot of things. They had a fire department and police department, and they had some very focused issues that had to be addressed. And some of them we found had a basis, some of them didn't have a basis, but we evaluated and reported it back. But I think it's important that the trustees can't be informationally vulnerable to not being informed and not providing input. So I that probably, when we did it in Clarendon Hills, that was one of our first steps. And we did them, as I recall, we did them in pairs of 2, just to avoid any open meetings act, because you're talking about people. And but it is helpful, Bobby, to do that.
Yeah. Because it's interesting, all 7 of us come at this from a totally different perspective and different skill sets. And so that's important.
Understood.
Trustee Borowski?
Yeah, thank you, Bill, and appreciate the opportunity. Just maybe 2 questions. What experience level does your firm have in dealing with the police, and maybe more specifically evaluations of any possible alternatives to something as simple and simple but effective contract with the LA County Sheriff?
Yeah, well, I did have some direct understanding of the Lake Barrington relationship, which did have Lake County Sheriff contracted work. I don't do a lot of police. I do a lot of telecommunications and fire in the public safety side. Police have, it's sort of a subset specialty that is highly technical. We get involved in scheduling because scheduling is a nightmare in most departments. And because it's a 24/7 operation, and with the leave policies that are bargained generally in union environments, I don't do a lot, but I've worked with a lot of really good departments in terms of just in an ancillary capacity. The largest ones come to mind are Orland Park and Tinley Park, where I was involved in the Public Works Department in both of those communities, but we had a really good working relationship with both of the chiefs and the administrative structures. And it came in particularly handy in Orland because we became a target of some of the demonstrations with the big mall and everything down there. And Tim McCarthy, who was, if you remember the name, he was the Secret Service guy that took the bullet for Reagan. He became the police chief in Orland Park and put in an amazing career, but he was I like to tease him. I said, because he had huge stature. He just retired, not taking the early out, but he just retired. He was ready. But I told him, I said, is there anything that you've asked for that you haven't gotten from the Village of Orland Park? He had a well-disciplined, well-staffed, well-organized department. But we were called in to provide temporary blockades for the mall because the indication is they tore up, some of the demonstrators tore up I want to say the Chicago Ridge Mall, or one of them that was further just north, and they were headed south. And we had to deploy big snowplow dump trucks because they wanted all the traffic in and one out. We had to set up some cameras for them so they could license plate, identify who was coming in and where they lived. So it was a fairly coordinated effort that came up like that. But I think the best thing with police is that in a case like Public Works, we're a service department to the police departments, so developing a good relationship. We maintain their equipment and facilities. The key, I think, to working with a good police department is developing those relationships and ties because they know the policing. I had an outstanding chief, actually 2 of them in Buffalo Grove, that we created really good relationship. And coincidentally, the second chief I had, he's in his encore career in Kildare. So our paths are crossed again. So
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. And second question I had, and I'm trying to understand your firm's ability to assess technology. You know,
Mhm.
my company, I call Larry the IT guy, and Larry fixes all the problems, right? But I'm not the guy to assess what's
Right.
good or bad or what that backbone infrastructure, future vision looks like. I mean, what resources do you have to do that assessment? Because going forward, you know, our plan is to move more and more digital
Yeah.
economy, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's really important. I think the big part that we really excel on is understanding the business process, and then how do you link that up with good IT performance and good customer access to that information. Those are areas that are specialties in and of themselves. So if we saw moving in that direction and we were moving that fast, that once we got the business flow and workflow figured out, that's where generally your IT guys come in and say, build this to this point. We would get a contractor or recommend that the village retain a contractor that we would manage to make sure that that would proceed. So, but a lot of people have dived into IT without a really good understanding of what they're trying to achieve. In Orland, we're in the final stages of a electronic 311 system. It's not a dial 311, but it's a computer-based 311 system that's a direct linkage between the customers, the residents of the village, and the Public Works Department. It provides an accountability and linkage that the village board has perpetual monitoring of. So, you know, the issues of, hey, didn't you address this drainage problem last week and what happened? Those questions will be processed on a much more disciplined basis. But that area started, and actually a project that started before I got there. I was kind of a link in that chain, but they retained and used and were just rolling out a Tyler system that was fairly complicated and hopefully will be accessible to everybody. So that piece of it is, you know, a good consultant will tell you when he's out of his comfort zone. Well, I'm really comfortable with understanding the steps in business process, but I wouldn't hesitate to recommend for the village to retain a tech consultant, and I would certainly be open to evaluate proposals and move ahead and do the interviews, you know, should you move in that direction. But you're absolutely correct. A big part of the response, what do you do and how much of it can be, you know, let technology, you know, be the big horse to get this done, and can it be done in such a simplified way that it's usable and accessible to a lot of people? And that includes your residents, includes your board members, and obviously the workers themselves.
Thank you. We don't have a lot of people. It's only 8,000, so I appreciate your comment.
Yeah, but I bet they're all pretty informed and focused. There's a reason they live in Long Grove.
They're important though. Thank you. Thanks, Bill.
You're welcome. Trustee Michaud, we haven't heard from you. Do you have any comments?
Yeah, fortunately being last, most people ask my questions, but I just had two. One is, how long on average do you typically act as an interim manager?
Well, if it's with the search, I will tell you, it would be hard pressed to get a boots on the ground quality manager in a 6-month period. So you'd want to make a decision on how you're going to approach the search. I've not done, I would say 6 to 8 months would be a really quick pace to get a lot of stuff done. Now, again, it depends on what the issues are. I think in Lake Barrington, I think because we did the search too, so we were about 8 months to be on board. I don't want to scare you, but when I was in Elk Grove Fire, it was like almost 2 years, but they had some serious issues to address, and they did them well, and they did them really well. I mean, they had a station consolidation issue that took shifts away, and it was really complicated and all union. A big Husky department that's all union. That took a while, but we had the support of the mayor and the village manager down there, and I think we did a pretty good job overall. But I would say, well, the Orland job, I started actually the week that COVID really hit. I started in mid-March, and then it just ended. So what's that, 6 months? And that went on pretty good, but if I was dragging it out, I wouldn't hire I'd say, oh, I need more time to hire these guys, but that'd be a disservice to the village. So we moved it quickly, and we found really great candidates, and we moved on them. because you don't want to, somebody's high quality, you don't want to lose them. So that's, that's an important piece. But I would say if I had to guess right now, I would say 6 to 8 months and would
Thank
be,
you.
would make sense. Okay.
And then my last question. So I was looking at the associate consultant that you have, Ms.
Yes.
Johnson, and I
Yes.
just wondered, do you believe there's any sort of conflict of interest with having an elected official from Buffalo Grove as consultant on a neighboring village?
Well, I don't think so, but it's an honest question to ask. As a matter of fact, I asked Adrian to monitor this presentation tonight. I would think it'd be an issue that I don't think it is. It hasn't been with other clients that we've worked with, but this is an adjoining governmental unit. So I would ask for clarity, and I'm sure we'd get it very quickly in terms of that there wouldn't be. As a matter of fact, there could be some compatibility with facility sharing and things. I don't know the Park District policy, but it's, but that's could be an opportunity for the Village of Long Grove as well. So, but I would make it clear that, we certainly try to be as impartial as we possibly can be in moving our plan. And, we're pretty professional on that. So I wouldn't see it as an issue. And she's very well seasoned in the Parks and Rec area. She was on the state board and really understands recreational planning. Matter of fact, I had a client that I couldn't land down in DuPage County, but I said, I think they liked her way more than me because they had big recreational exposure. They had a ski hill, and there was actually a private association, and they were trying to manage that. And it was one of these meetings where they said, well, I know I like her, but why do we need you? and so it was one of those situations, but ultimately we weren't able to close on that engagement. So I think it's a great opportunity, but we'd certainly cover the base for you contractually if necessary to make sure there wouldn't be.
That's
Kenny,
it. No, that's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions at this point? All right, Bill, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And
You want me to disengage here?
No, you're more than welcome to stay online. I don't think there's anything that you can't hear. It's a public
Okay.
meeting. So
If you're not uncomfortable, I always like, because like I say, I read your minutes for the last year, so I get a good feel how the board works and what issues you're facing. And so it's just interesting to see the dynamics of the board working together.
absolutely. So thank you, Bill.
Thank you very much.
Trustee O'Connor, do you want to kind of take us through what you've done in the last week or so, right?
Sure. I had a friend who mentioned the ILCMA. That is the Illinois, hold on, let me find my notes here, Illinois City County Management Association. It is an organization of retired city managers whose sole purpose in life is to support their members who are also village and city managers throughout the Illinois area. Dave is a member of this organization, and therefore we benefit from that. Their whole reason for being is to advise. They do not consult. I spoke with a gentleman named Greg Belowski. He was very generous with his time, very helpful, informative. We get the benefit of their knowledge, information. If he said once, he said it 6 times. We do not consult, we advise. So every time he said that, I pictured, this mentor behind my shoulder saying, have you considered this? Have you thought about this? I would encourage you to think about X, Y, Z. So what they would do for us at no charge, they would help us formulate the skill set and the qualities that we as a board are looking for in a new manager. They would help us wordsmith the ads. They would advise us on the resumes we receive from the ads that we place. They also, I had a bevy of questions. He answered a multitude of them. And he was always very careful to say, I'm not recommending, but I do know that A, B, C, and D do this sort of thing. You might want to give them a call, see what you think. He was fabulous. So, and one gentleman that I spoke with that was one of three whose names Greg gave me. When I mentioned ILCMA, he said, "Oh my gosh, if you could get them, that would be terrific to work with them to help with the process of finding an interim manager, finding a permanent manager." And he was very strong with his suggestion that we do this as a board. And the last thing that I'll, that's plenty of overview on it. His suggestion regarding the list of qualities and skill sets is that they would direct each trustee to create their own list. Then we come together and take the qualities, the skill sets from the list. He said, if we do it together verbally, people start copying from each other. Not that we would not be pure and genuine, but then they wordsmith it and distill it into the list, and that becomes what we put out for job search. So I think they're available to us, and if everybody's willing, that would be. I think it would be could be a huge benefit to us, and if we reach a point where it's not, I don't think they would feel bad if we said thank you, but we don't need you anymore. Didn't sound like that would happen, but I was impressed with that. He had other things to say, and we probably want to chat about that in executive session.
Now, and then you also talked to
another gentleman,
right?
And we can talk about that in executive session as well.
But as far as another potential, a temporary village manager candidate.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if we can talk about that in general in executive session. But you also ended up essentially interviewing a potential candidate for an interim village manager by the name of Ken Marabella, right?
No, I did not interview.
Or you spoke to him? I'm sorry. Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I did not interview.
Well, yeah.
No.
Poor choice of words. So.
Yes, I did speak with them.
Right. Got it. Okay. Well, so. I guess the question tonight, right, is I know this is coming at us very fast, but the thing that's most important is getting an interim village manager in place, right? So does anyone or feel comfortable hiring Bill Balling for that spot while we think through the rest of everything else? And I guess that's the question I'd put out to you all. What do you think?
I would like us to step back in our thinking and recall how this got started, and it was to evaluate our process. We didn't when we started this, we didn't know that Dave was going, and so that process, I believe, needs to be done. We have goals and objectives coming out of our ears, and they're not functioning. And that's why instead of doing that, we chose to go in this direction, to have someone knowledgeable come in and evaluate our system, our workflow. And so that, I think, still stands. And then we need that transition of that interim manager. And I'm more than willing to wait on the decision of recruiting. Let's get our business in better shape than we are, and then discuss that. Discuss the recruitment part.
Yep, no, I think that makes a lot of sense the way you position that, and I think the recruitment part is secondary. I agree with you on that.
Bill, this is Vic. If I might just jump in for a moment, a question had come up about a potential conflict. The only conflict would arise if there were some Buffalo Grove Park District properties within Long Grove. Dave has advised me that there are not. So there's no legal conflict. Whether it's too close for comfort is a policy choice, but there's not a legal conflict under those circumstances.
Vic, thanks for researching that and providing us with that information. Appreciate it.
I'd like to speak to your question, Bill. I am not comfortable. I am not comfortable having only one proposal. I would like to have at least 3. I'm not sure why we didn't put this out to bid like we do for other projects in the village, where it's a process where the bids come in, we review them, and we don't have to expose others' competitors' proposals to the whole world. I'm not, Bob didn't complain about that. I'm not sure that that was completely okay. But more than anything, I'm concerned about the process. I think that as a board, I agree with you, Bobby. It is about process. We do need an interim manager, and we understand. I think all of us understand that it needs to be done quickly. It also needs to be done carefully. It needs to be done efficiently. And I'm all about the process on this one. This is a really big deal. And I think we, as a board, need to come to decisions and analyses together. And I'm not comfortable making a decision based on one proposal. I'm finished.
No, thanks, Rita. I appreciate that. Let's go around the horn. Ann, you look unmuted. You're back on video.
I'm back on video. You can see the daffodils on Old McHenry. That's what that's from. We've talked about this, and I absolutely see value in the assessment, and I very much appreciate understanding all of the experience and history that Bill brings. For sure, we need an interim manager. I share that also, though. This is a lot of money, especially on the open-ended interim. 6 months, 2,000 hours a year, that's a lot of money. I'm not comfortable. I want some additional choices. It doesn't mean that might not be the right answer, but I want some choices. I really think we've done more for less. We've asked for more detail and more process on less. And I think this is a partnership that's super important for us and the residents. I think we should make sure we have evaluated additional options.
Okay, thank you.
Just a little piece of history in this is that when Bill and I started on this, we got a list of 6 or 7 from Dave. They were all accountants. They were all heavily accountants, not HR or administrator people. And so that's how we came up with one.
I still think I
no, I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you. I just want the little history in there of how we got where we got to.
All right. Chuck?
I agree with Bobby's initial statement. We really kind of need to do a couple things concurrently. And my thought is, what better way to have somebody truly understand the process of running this village than have the person also be an interim manager? Now, the potential dollars scare me for the fees as interim manager, but are we locked in as, you know, if we bring Bill on as an interim manager, is he there contractually until we hire a permanent replacement? Or can there be some type of hybrid thing? So I'm not really sure what the answer to that is, but I like what I've heard from Bill. No offense to the research Rita's done, but I kind of live by the adage is you get what you pay for. And it scares me that people want to throw advice to us for absolutely no dollars whatsoever. Enticing on one hand, but you can potentially be into a bit of a pitfall.
All right, we'll come back to your question. I believe we're contracting for a period of time, but I think once we start, it's going to be hard to disengage because, you know, all that knowledge will be lost, right? So, but we can come back, or Bill's here, he can answer that question right now if he wants.
Well, when we put the proposal out, and I think it's a good work plan, but you know, we certainly don't want to work when we're not needed. And most of our clients, I mean, as a successful consultant, and I don't say that boastfully, but you're only as good as your last client. And so we live and die on the quality of work that we perform. But the issue is if you're thinking of a different approach, and let's just say most of the engagements we have, the focus is, well, how many hours per week do you need to support this engagement? You know, when I was in Orland, they were struggling that it was less than 40, and we ended up with a 35-hour minimum, and that was a minimum hours. In other towns, it really varies on what you're trying to achieve, but it really relates not the completeness of the study, but ultimately how long it takes. Our approaches work hard and fast and really well, and then good things happen when that is. It's just, it serves the client better. They feel that they had a great experience. Hopefully we'll save you a few bucks along the way, and that's always our objective. Is when I was a village manager years ago in Buffalo Grove, I used to tease Bobby and say village managers really work for nothing because their salary is offset by savings every year. And she'd always tell me, prove it. So, but we tried to do that. A good manager.
That was before I mellow. This is the mellow version.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the sort of approach. So it's not that, you know, believe me, we don't want to put the anchor on this project and slow it down because we need some billing dollars. We want to get the work done. Bill, I think you mentioned, and I'm honored to hear that Kevin and the manager are so comfortable and satisfied with us in Lake Barrington, because we tried really hard to do a good job, and it's very rewarding as a small consulting firm to get that kind of feedback from clients that we served a couple of years ago. And so that's what we should, I mean, that's what we really shoot for, and that's what sustains a consulting practice that you know, relies on its reputation.
Thanks, Bill. Chuck, did you have anything else?
No, thank you, Bill.
Trustee Borowski?
Hey, Bill, thanks. I think, you know, there's very little I've heard tonight from the proposal that, you know, that isn't, I don't know, appropriate, well thought out, well planned. I think that's all very, very, very good. But I do have to say, I think the dynamic has changed. You know, as Bobby mentioned earlier, we went into this looking for an assessment of the policy, of the procedures, the flow, you know, how the points connect to each other within the village operations. maybe looking for some efficiencies. But I think the contemplation was at that time that, Dave was still around. We weren't really looking for an interim village manager, if you will. And I think that dynamic in my mind has changed. I think if we are, first of all, we haven't really discussed this in closed session as a village as to what or as a board, what our strategy and what moving pieces we want to come together overall. So I think if I'm going to hire an interim manager, I don't think it's going to happen tonight. I think, at least not without us talking about it in closed session, to make sure we at least have a vision, a plan, some set step direction that we want to take during this process going forward. And if we do, I think even an interim manager should be interviewed by the board per se. And I think also we need to get a little bit of maybe better understanding, feedback of what the staff concerns may or may not be with an interim manager. So to me, I think we need to step back a little bit right at this moment, regroup under an executive session where we are able to talk more about what we think that all the pieces are and how they should come together. I don't think there's anything stopping us from working in parallel with the organization that Rita's referred to. I disagree in a sense with Chuck's assessment in that you get what you pay for. I think retirees in the world are very competent, capable people. And, and it's kind of our job to determine whether there's any ulterior motives for their participation. But on the other hand, I think that people who do retire from industries are doing it for a reason, and most of those are good reasons, and I guess wholesome reasons maybe is a better word. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm not really sure what I want to do with this at this moment. I think very qualified, capable people, but I'm not sure we've sorted out all the pieces of this puzzle just yet.
Thanks, Chris. I saw Vic, you look like you came online. Were you going to say something to us? No? Okay. You appeared that way, that you were ready to say something.
I'll try to unmute first and then I'll jump in.
All right. Jenny, thanks, Chris, by the way. Jenny.
Thanks, Bill. I really liked what a lot of Bill presented tonight, but I also agree with Chris and Ann that we need to step back a little bit, because I don't think we're really interviewing an interim manager, and I would never hire that big of a position without considering several candidates. So I agree with Chris. We need to talk about this, but I also think we need to look at numbers. I have no idea where Bill falls on the spectrum of price. I have no idea. I would like to see at least a couple other personalities to see how they meld with the board. And I'm not saying that Bill might not be the guy we end up with if he's still interested in us, but I just think we're jumping the gun on this, and we need to ease up and pause a little bit before we make a decision.
Yeah, my only concern is time is of the essence. So we're not going to have a whole lot of time. And also the other thing that we have to look at is the availability of talent. Timing is good right now for Bill. So there might be another one or two out there, but the pool is probably going to be limited. So I guess keep that in mind as well. So time is what we've got. This is something that we've got to get in place to make sure that we've got continuity of the operation. So, we lose Dave shortly, and we need to have somebody working with him. Maybe we're going to end up having to have a special meeting next week. I'm not sure, because I don't think there's any support to move forward, but we're going to have to move very quickly. So.
Our next meeting's what, the second week of October, so that's 3 weeks out.
Yep.
I think we're absolutely going to need to have a special meeting. we can't make a decision tonight. And I don't disagree with everybody's concern. But can we even afford to wait 3 weeks? I think we need a special meeting.
Yep, we're gonna have to find a date for a special meeting. There's no way we can wait, and we've got to move this along pretty quickly, so. All right, I'm gonna stop here. I don't, there's, I think I've heard everyone, and I kind of know where everyone's at, so let's move on to the next item, so. It's the village president and trustee report. So let's see, let's go through here really quick. We had the Cuba Road meeting, so that we had that right after the next day after the board meeting. I thought that went well. You've got a readout from Jeff on that. I think the only thing that I was curious on was there was something about how do we provide walking along the shoulder of some sort. And the only thing that I had said was, is there a way to take the shavings and expand the shoulder a little bit to, provide a space for somebody walking to veer off the road. And then I don't know, Jeff, if you gave that any more thought or not, but we didn't engineer it with a walking shoulder. It was just, was there any way to use some of the shavings to make it wider and so forth. But the meeting, it was not very well attended, but I thought it was a good session. So Jeff, I don't know if you want to comment.
Yeah, no, Bill, I agree. It was a good meeting. I did give some thought to the additional widening. I asked the Arrow Road Construction, the awarded contractor, if that was possible. They are looking at it on their end, and I'm sure they're going to try to send me a price to do that, but I haven't got that far yet with them.
Got it. Yeah, I didn't know if it was going to cost any extra or not, so just it was a thought. So, but some of the residents talked about it's very dangerous to just even walk down the road, right? So if there was, any way to clean it up a little bit, and I think Dave even suggested having Eula Township, clean the poison ivy or grass or whatever is growing along the side of the road and cut it back a little bit better so that people could step off the road when they're walking.
Yeah, the comment was not just dangerous, but that kids are doing it already. And so, they're already flirting with all of that. So if there's anything we could do to give them some additional buffer.
Absolutely. So I don't know if, anything else to add to that, but overall, I thought it was a good meeting. And then that's supposed to start when, you said, Jeff? It's going to start?
Week of October 5th. I'm going to get a fully detailed schedule tomorrow after Arrow Road Construction's project meeting.
Okay. And then we're going to do another, go ahead. And then we're going to do another.
No, I was done. Sorry, Bill.
Then we're going to do another open house on October 12th for North Kruger. So nothing more to comment on that. That's on October 12th at 5:30. We were going to try the same thing if the weather cooperates. Otherwise, we'll have to do it via Zoom, right? Did it under the tent in the brewery, near the brewery. I think that's called Brothers Field. The other thing that as I just worked through here really quickly, the other thing was that we did meet briefly with the Lake County Sheriff's Police because our contract is again expiring on April 2021. I think that Dave has noted some of the details of maybe the cost increases that we're going to potentially see and so forth here in the manager's report. And I don't know if Chris, you wanted to make any comments or not about that meeting?
Very good meeting, Bill. Thanks for taking your time to participate in it. I think some of the points Dave brings up are also listed in the report. We talked about ways to get better data on response time, location data. We did have the issue a while ago about access to body cam video. So we're taking a look at some of those issues. The other thing that, I just kind of want to maybe ask the trustees, maybe today or offline is, if you guys think of things we need to do differently, by all means, let us know as early as possible. And, just kind of thinking about some of these car break-ins we've had lately, all of those have been happening in the wee hours, within the village. So I wonder if, right now we've got our shifts that are fixed. I wonder if even having a dialogue with the Lake County Sheriff about maybe doing some swing shifts or some, maybe randomly assigned shifts, if you will, so that we basically have more coverage in those hours when the break-ins are occurring. But the point is, if anybody has any comments, thoughts, improvement suggestions, things we should do differently, now would be a good time to raise those.
One of the things that I mentioned the last time we were doing the contract was the possibility of using less than, I forget what they're called, not a sworn officer, but for that afternoon time when we have the most car accidents and the most calls and so forth, to have these guys that are not sworn, but can be of service, and they're less costly, and could fill in, some shortage. The other thing is, I think that we really need an educational process to don't be stupid and leave your keys in your car. I mean, I don't know how you breach that with people. Don't leave it unlocked and don't leave your keys in it.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. Earlier, there was the one conversation about even just leaving the key fob close to the car. This sounds even more, I don't know, lax.
I tried that in my own house because I keep an extra key close to the back door. And I tried to see if it worked, and it was too far away. I mean, it wasn't that far, but it still wouldn't start the car. So, but yeah, the things like that and maybe we should start running that kind of thing in the newsletter, because the idea that insurance just automatically pays for their car is just obscene.
Yeah, the cars are getting broken into, but they're not really disappearing or getting damaged. They're just kind of ruffling through them and seeing what's sitting around in the seats, Bobby. It's pretty minor for the most part.
Well, the last time they were taking the cars, you remember, several years ago.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
But still, it takes that officer's time to service that kind of nuts.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Good comments, Bobby. Thank you for that. We'll investigate.
The other thing we learned is, and it was back, I think, in March or whatever it was, that they did implement the, if you have a Ring doorbell, you can, actually what it is all it is you're submitting the video. You can put the video if you observe something up on a website, basically, but I haven't looked into it much further, but I thought it would be more interactive video surveillance, but apparently it's more reactive video surveillance, but we should probably make residents aware of that.
We're going to.
What'd you say, Bobby?
We're going to. You sent me that.
Yeah, cool.
My folks have a Ring doorbell, and because of their age, I actually monitor it remotely.
Oh my God.
Well, they're very elderly. And I got to tell you, this community watch thing is far short of what I was hoping and anticipating for. You get a lot of lost dogs, lost cats. The responses from other people who are in the neighborhood are your typical smart aleck comments that you would get on social media. It's kind of a shame because I think it could be really well implemented if people actually used it correctly. So I'm not saying don't go out and get a Ring, but don't think it's the end all be all to this problem.
No, Chuck, your point's well made, but it just takes one video click to catch the right bad guy at the right time. And if that technology is available and people are willing to participate in it, why not? Right?
I agree. I've got an S Bell, and I wish they would have this similar service because I do think there's a time and a place.
We just bought a house up in St. Paul and we have Ring, and I will say I have had the exact opposite experience. The network is very helpful, and they've caught people because of video, and it's been really, I think it's phenomenal. So yeah, we've had really good experience with it.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Jenny. And Chuck, thanks for your comments. Chris, anything else?
No, sir. Thank you.
I
yeah, go ahead.
Quick question for Chris. You noted, and they were in Dave's manager report, the topics, the points brought up. You didn't reply. Do they seem receptive to those additional information?
Yes, a little bit. They still are struggling with their internal computer systems. They have been able to figure out ways to output some of their data to Excel finally instead of that PDF format. So they're going to send us some examples of some of the data that they are able to pull out. I think this is an important issue for the sheriff's office. They seem very sincere about trying to improve, because I think they're getting that concern from all of their contract communities. So I think they're serious about improving some. I don't think it's going to be everything we want it to be, but I think they are making efforts to try to deal with, or band-aid, if you will, their kind of outdated dispatch system. And it may be outdated, so maybe outdated is the wrong word. Their dispatch system. I can't opine as to whether it's outdated or not, but so yeah, they're going to look into everything that's in this in this bullet list for sure, and we'll have those dialogues going forward.
Chris, do you know how many communities that the Lake County Sheriff covers?
I don't. I do want to point out, though, in the discussions with the sheriff and what they're reporting to us, the contracted rates are set up so that it's a break even for them. The Lake County Board does not want them to turn this into a profit center, by the way. So even though we hem and haw about the rates and the overhead costs and all that, but basically their accounting is basically saying this is a break even proposition for them.
And I think we might have talked about this a couple of years ago when this same topic came up.
Mm-hmm.
Years ago, we had contracted with Killdeer and then switched over to Lake County Sheriff. Do you know that? Does anybody, Dave? Do you know the history or the reason on that? And is that a viable option or no longer a viable option?
The history predates me a little bit, but my understanding is that Long Grove is always contracted with Lake County. About 20 years ago or so, the villages of Killdeer and Long Grove investigated putting together a joint police force department to serve both communities. At some point, Long Grove fell away from that, choosing not to proceed, and Killdeer continued moving forward and have their own police department now.
I see. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So Rita, when I said if you see things we should be doing differently or want to do differently, now would be a good time to bring that up.
Oh,
Right.
checking with Killdeer to see if they want to.
Well, I mean, we could check the other municipalities. It's an option, certainly. I think, as we talked about 3 years ago, we did a little bit of investigation with some of the other police departments. We didn't really feel overly comfortable with a few of them for some of the reasons that their police force maybe didn't fit the character of the residents of Long Grove, and maybe would be a little bit too confrontational, if you will. So, I mean, we could do other things and other investigations, and that's really kind of my question to the board is, are you guys okay keeping things status quo, or do you want to spend the energy to take a look at other things and other options.
And you don't have to decide that tonight, Rita. So
Right, right.
think about it.
Exactly.
No,
Exactly.
yeah, no. I don't know what's involved in that. So yeah, maybe we can talk about that at a later time.
Yeah, just think about it though. So yeah.
Yep. Thank
Never
you.
fear.
Yep. Cool. No, thank you. All right. So let me, before there are two more things here. So one is, I just want to ask Chuck, on the Buffalo Creek landscaping, have you heard anything from your HOA or anything?
We are actually putting the finishing touches on a letter that's going to go out at the end of this week, pointing our residents to a survey on our website. And I believe we are shooting for all responses or a deadline to respond somewhere the first week of October, with the goal of having enough time if the residents are okay with the idea of CCE spending the money, to let you know, Bill, to get it on the agenda for the whole board to consider. Or to tell you there's no appetite in Country Club Estates to spend the money, one way or the other. Sidebar to all this is, I've given this a lot of thought since the last meeting. I am going to recuse myself from any vote at this board level regarding spending the money. I don't think it's right for me to jump in. It seems like too much of a conflict of interest.
Thanks,
Not
Chuck.
that
I
it
appreciate
matters
that.
tonight, but I wanted everyone to understand that.
Are we in a time crunch?
We need to get something done this fall. I don't think it can go much longer, but I think, if it goes to, early November, we'll probably be okay. But we are having a little bit of a time crunch, right? Because they want to get it. It'll be done in the spring. It won't be done in the fall. It'll be done in the spring, but they want to plan
I'm
for it
talking
now.
more decisions that
Decisions
the
need to be
county
done
needs
shortly.
from
Yeah,
us.
right.
And so I guess I would suggest to Chuck that you put a drop dead date that you have to have an answer.
Yes, that's our intention, and I'm all ears. If you think that drop dead date needs to be, a week prior to the next meeting, that's what we'll do. I'm
We'll
not
do that at
really
another
sure the
board
reaction
meeting,
time we
maybe
need.
2, but that's probably it. So
Yeah, but we've got 3 weeks in between this meeting and the next one. And my experience is if you give people too much time to react,
Exactly.
they'll put it off and forget to even bother.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I do want to put some time frame on it.
I would think we'd want to put it on the next agenda regardless, just to at least, say, here's what we learned, and make a decision based on what we do or don't learn.
Mm-hmm.
that works. Let's put it on it.
I agree.
All right, can I move on to the next one? Aaron Underwood is with us tonight, and I know that they have put together a committee to come up with mitigation ideas for the bridge. It was struck now 5 times, which is crazy. So we have the output from the committee, which you all have in your in the board packet, but I don't think we want to discuss it tonight. I think what I wanted to ask is, Aaron had asked that maybe somebody from the board, or 2, because we can have 2, sit down with the committee for an hour or so they can review their findings and thoughts and share them with some trustees to get some direction or feedback. So does anyone want to volunteer to be that liaison or to be part of that review?
I certainly would, but
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Have we ever gotten the report from Jesse? Are we still waiting for that?
We have
Dave?
not received a proposal from Jesse.
Because it kind of seems like it's been a while, and perhaps this is an opportunity where we should have a second opinion. If it takes 2 months to get a quote, you know, where do you go from there? So I don't know who else does this, but it concerns me that we have not gotten this quote.
Can I ask when the last time somebody talked to Jesse was or sent him a note?
I think a week ago.
Isn't Jesse on your committee too?
He is. He wasn't at the last meeting.
Yeah, he's on it. I see him.
I don't really have any insight.
Certainly
I'm
would.
going to call him again tomorrow, and see. And if he can't provide it, then we need to start looking for an option. My second thing is Jeff still on here?
Jeff Perry?
Yeah, Jeff Perry.
Yes, I am.
Okay. I am troubled with the numbers that are on the bridge. Every photo prior to the destruction 2 years ago says 10.6. Now it says 8.6. I need to understand the discrepancy in those signs. Because when the first accident, or maybe it was the third accident, I asked Dave, is there anything different in this bridge today than 2 years ago? And I was told it was identical. For some reason, what happened to 10.6 to 8.6? I don't understand.
Sure. So the new timber cover was designed with the basis of the Robert Parker Coffin design from 1972 as the basis. And, you know, the new steel frame clearance was set at 10 feet. And it was, you know, during some of the framings of the pedestrian walkway that, you know, there was differences out there between what was there, you know, like you said, Bobby, 2 years ago versus what was being installed. So that's one thing. You know, the other thing, the 8'6" versus the 10'6". Like I said, the steel is at 10 feet, but that's not the appropriate way to sign the clearance, even though that the clearance over the running plates is slightly less than 10 feet. It's certainly more than 8'6", but the 8'6" is at the corners, and in theory, you know, a car is able to use any part of that bridge to go across. So it's at the corners where the 8'6" dimension comes in.
Was that 8'6" dimension on the old bridge?
That 8'6" dimension was on the 1972 Robert Parker Coffin plans, correct?
You know what, when you say that, because that's what Dave told me too. And I think about my house plans. And if you referred to my house plans today and did a rebuild of my house, it would be different than what my house actually is, because there were changes. And so I'm wondering, I mean, being hit 5 times suggests logically to me something is different. And I still don't understand where those 2 feet went. Was the sign at 10'6" a lie? The school buses used to go through that bridge, and now they can't. And so Chuck has measured it.
118 inches clear.
118?
Yep, so it's 9'8" clear.
I don't know, I measured it was 10, but anyways, exactly. But I measured the east side, so maybe the west side's different. I don't know.
I measured the east side, but I measured to the bottom of the boards because that seems to be what gets hit.
Oh, I measured it from the steel frame.
Okay, so there's probably a 2-inch difference right there, but I was under the impression, or tended to recall that at one point we decided as a board to mark that clearance shorter than reality. In a
You know,
futile
I sent
attempt,
those minutes
apparently.
out to everybody.
Yeah.
And I think if you read them again,
Mhm.
they were really referring to the hanging things, the,
Headache bars?
yes, yes.
Okay.
That we shortened or something. But I just don't, I don't understand. Did we used to lie about the height of the bridge, or are we lying now? And if we're lying now and it's shorter than what it is, if we're telling them that it's shorter than what it is and they're still hitting it, something's wrong.
But Bobby, I don't understand how a school bus could possibly have gone over under in the past when the old weight limit was like 3 tons.
But
there's no way.
They did used to do it. They did do it all the time.
Not a full-size school
They
bus.
did it all the time.
Full-size school bus?
A full bus. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So they were ignoring the weight limit, just like they ignore the clearance sign.
But
That's,
some of the newer,
Bobby, based on some photos that we tried to compare and then just anecdotal what people remember, I think the new cover is 12 to 16 inches lower than the old cover, which explains why, you know, the number of times it may be irrelevant at this point anyway, but most of the vehicles, if not all the vehicles that have struck it, would not have made contact with the old bridge. But none of those vehicles should have been going over the bridge anyway. But it does explain why we're getting more hits potentially.
Well, I don't see us tearing the bridge down and correcting it back to what it was. I don't. But somewhere in the integrity of our information, either we should have known that and predicted the outcome, or something. I'm sorry.
All right, well, so we'll leave that there for now. You made your point, and I think that was all.
Getting back to your original
The end of my
question.
point then is we need to be certain that that is in fact an 8'6" opening at its minimum. And maybe it's not, because of the arches are different than some of the photos of the previous bridge. And one other little goodie is that Lauren Legend shows it at 11 feet when it was first put up.
Well, getting back to Bill's original question, I'd be happy to be part of the meetings. With the caveat is, when are they being held? Yeah, I'm assuming it's in the evenings, Aaron?
Well, go ahead, Aaron.
I was going to say, no, we just wanted to get together one time, at least at this point, just to kind of go over the document. So it would be at whoever wants to get involved would be at their convenience.
So because of all May, we can only have 2. Go ahead. Yeah.
I said, wouldn't it make sense for Jeff to join that? Or if he hasn't been part of your meetings already too, Aaron?
I would think, Ann, that he would come later. If we can discuss what their proposals, their findings are, and then bring it to Jeff, because they're not engineering questions. I mean, we're not going to re-engineer the bridge, are we?
No. So is everyone okay with, at this point, having Bobby and Chuck, meet with the committee on recommendations to try to protect the bridge?
Sure.
Yeah. All right, we have our direction.
Great.
I want to touch on another topic that Amy can talk about, and that is the petitions are now available for the April 2021 elections. And Amy, do you want to tell us what you got? Did somebody send you a bunch of information?
Yep. Okay, so today is the day that petitions can be handed out. I do have them via a PDF file, so they could be distributed that way. But the onus then is on the person to then print. Or, you know, we do it the way we have in the past and have them at Village Hall and set up an appointment to come get them. Okay, so the window will open in December. I think the date I believe it closes December 22nd, so it would open a week prior. We have up village president, village clerk, 3 full-term trustees, and 1 unexpired term. So how somebody could apply for that, it is on the petition itself, and then you would just serve 2 years, be done, or, you know, re-up. Or if we were to have, say, 5 candidates and they all want to go for 4 years, then the 3 top people would be the winners, and then the president would then appoint a trustee to fulfill the rest of the unexpired term. I think that's about it.
Amy,
Any
is there any provision for electronic signature with COVID?
No, there was nothing about that. Oh, I know what I forgot. Number of signatures. The minimum would be 26 and the maximum is 76. So low this time, lower. So yeah, no provision for electronic signatures, but I can ask that question to see if, but I don't think so.
Yeah,
but I will find out.
I thought I found something when I Googled it, but I didn't have a chance to really look at it last night because, you know, Amy, I got your note yesterday, but the information's starting to be available. But I thought there might be a way to do petitions electronically, but I wasn't sure. So
I will call the guy that I just talked to today and ask that question.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
all right. Thanks, Amy. Appreciate that update. If any other trustee reports at this point? If not, the next item on the agenda is the approval of the board meeting minutes from the June 2nd special meeting, the June 23rd, and the September 8th regular board meetings. Does anyone have any amendments to those, or otherwise I would be looking for a resolution, a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by trustee O'Connor. Seconded by
Borowski.
trustee Browski. Roll call.
Hey, it's trustee Borowski.
Yes.
Trustee Kritzmeyer.
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Aye.
Trustee Nora.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
And trustee Michaud.
Aye.
All right, motion carried. Open it up for public comment if there is any at this point. Oh, Jeff, you're right. You just put your light on. We probably need to, but we'll come back to you really quick. So any public comment?
Yeah, Bill, I do have a question, a public question. What is our village hall reopen plan?
Well, it is. So Dave has, it's open what right now for, is it 1 person at a time or 2 people at a time right now that are going in?
There's 2 or 3 depending upon the week.
Okay. And
So
then
we
how about,
have-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We don't have more than one employee per office space at any given time.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize people were coming back in. How about public? Any public access or not?
Anyone that is coming to the hall, we're asking them to place materials on the front porch, and then we bring them in and they'll sit for a day before we go through them. But we have not had any public meeting with the public, no.
Okay, so can anybody walk in then or not?
No, the doors are actually locked when we are in the office, so that doesn't happen. But we do, it's a small place, so we either hear them when they pull up, or certainly when they might come up to the door to inquire about something.
So is there no plan to open the front door for public access?
There's no immediate plan, no.
Why is that?
Primarily because of the close quarters and the challenges with allowing people in and having some type of kind of management on how many people are coming in and potential conflict when people are coming in. So what happens is a lot of people come into the village hall. There's no way of knowing who's on the other side. And when the office is regularly open, there's oftentimes 2-3 people kind of stacked up there waiting for that person to finish their business and then kind of rotate out. So we've had concerns with how that would flow and just trying to keep the employees and the customers safe.
All right, thanks, Dave. I appreciate the comments.
You're welcome.
All right, thanks, Chris. Any public comment at this point? If not, I'm going to turn it back to Jeff. You had probably a few updates from an engineering perspective.
Yes, I wanted to hit on a couple things. Thank you, Bill. First of all, I want to let yourself and Trustee Nora know that you're both right as far as the discussion on the height at the bridge. The steel itself, the bottom of it is 10 feet. The bolts them all stick down 2 inches, so that's where you get the 9 foot 10 inches. So I just wanted to circle back and clarify that.
9 foot 8
couple
inches.
Of things. What's that?
Oh, 9 foot 10 inches. I'm sorry, you're right. Yep. Yeah.
Couple other things I'd like to hit on tonight. The Route 53 with the drain tiles. Nicor Gas was out there last week, unbeknownst, and did not notify anybody, but was out there last week to make some repairs. They were able to make the repair south of Mr. Trackman's property, but not the other location to date. Do want to report to the board that IDOT has agreed to replace the entirety of those 2 drain tiles within the state right-of-way. So both south of the Trackman property, 3255 Middlesex, and the Deutsch property, 3255 Mayflowers, the Trackman residence. Deutsch is 3250 Middlesex. IDOT will be replacing the entirety of those drain tiles from the north right-of-way to the south right-of-way and under the pavement. I do not have a schedule for that, but it was kind of not expected from IDOT, but certainly in support of the village's efforts to get the drain tile system in operation. I will continue to seek the update from IDOT on their schedule and inform the board accordingly.
That is such fabulous news. Yay.
I agree.
Do they know it?
What's that?
Do they know it? Have they told them? The residents.
Yeah, Jeff.
That IDOT is going to replace the drain tiles. No, that just came out Friday, and we were waiting to see if there was any schedule updates early this week. We haven't got anything yet. But yes,
Will
we certainly notify them.
will that repair have repercussions downstream?
So, I mean, it will certainly, in the case of south of the Trackman property, allow the drain tile to flow from north to south as it was historically functioning. I mentioned at the last board meeting that the Fonsecas, you know, they had drainage concerns next to their property, and it was mostly tied to the pumping operations from the rear of Mr. Trackman's property. So getting the drain tiles to flow will normalize that water flow, so that should help the Fonsecas. The other spot to the south of Mr. Deutsch's property, it'll do the same, you know, to get the water, but instead this time going from the south side of the road to the north side of the road. And that'll, you know, convey the water from the wetland to and towards Mr. Deutsch's property. And there's been some conversation, emails between the village manager, myself, and I believe the village president may have been on them as well, of Mr. Deutsch moving forward with his project to reroute drain tiles around his house to otherwise not get the drain tile flow from Route 53 and to the south into his basement anymore. So we'll certainly keep Mr. Deutsch informed of IDOT and their plans, as he will likely be the one that's going to be most impacted.
Great job.
Just curious, Jeff, there's been a lot of past 2-3 weeks, a lot of clearing and burn going on the south side of Old 53, right across from Deutsch. Is that related to them getting ready for more water or something? I mean, do you know anything about that?
I don't know anything about that, Michael. I can follow up with Barbara Cruz and to see what their plans are and what's going on out there.
Yeah, I'm just curious because there is a low point on the property, and they may be trying to get it ready for, you know, higher inventory of water on the south side, particularly in the spring. Don't know.
Okay. No, I was not aware of that, but
I'll
find out.
Thank you.
Dave, you're muted if you're talking.
Yeah, Dave, I also, when you put out those communications, can you be sure to put me on the list for the residents there, Dave?
Can we just use your list, Mike?
Huh?
Can we just use your list?
That'd be fine if you'd like to.
Just kidding.
Mike, are you saying IDOT's out there burning?
No. I think it's property owners on the south side, but it's a fairly large area. There's been a lot of clearing that's going on. We had smoke. It's okay. I'm not complaining at all, but I'm just assuming it's to some kind of spec or whatever. We had smoke in the neighborhood for the entire weekend, which is, it's okay.
Yeah, but it's so wet. How could they burn anything?
I don't know, but there was a lot of activity on the south side of the road there, and there has been for a couple of weeks. Yeah.
Thank you. Hey, Jeff, anything else?
Two other things real quick. The timber cover, Carmichael Construction, is going to be back on site tomorrow morning to do some of the punch list work. So the bridge is going to be closed for a few hours tomorrow morning.
What's the punch list work? They're going to replace boards that are going to be broken back off, or what?
The punch list work and their focus tomorrow, and why the needs to be closed, is they need to put in a couple more rafter ties to connect the timber cover to the steel frame. So they put, I would say, the minimum amount on there, but that was probably just enough to keep the cover on, but it wasn't per the plan and what was contracted. So they need to install those. It's going to be a much quicker operation if it's done while the bridge is closed. So they're projecting a couple hours for that.
Got it.
So this is not a repair. This is,
Yeah,
this
they were-
is a
they were-
completion, so to speak.
Correct. The punch list. You know, they did ask about, you know, doing the repairs to the facade and things like that. But again, that would be a quicker operation if it was done while the bridge was closed. But I don't have a schedule for how long that would need to be closed. So I would want that information before bringing that forward to the board for consideration.
Traditionally, are there claims made to insurance companies to pay for the repairs?
Dave, you can answer that. There's been several of them.
There should be
Yeah,
5,
they are.
Okay.
unless they're crashing into the same place.
Are we able to collect
Yeah.
claim payouts in arrears? In other words, get the work done when it makes sense with the other repairs and get subsidized later?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we
Thank you.
run a risk of becoming uninsurable with all of this?
I don't think we have insurance on it.
It's not our insurance company.
And what's the insurance Mike's talking about?
The drivers.
The driver.
Oh, I'm
The drivers.
sorry. Okay.
Which,
So-
as Bobby pointed out, is probably 5 different claims with 5 different insurance
Sure.
companies.
Sure.
Really?
And
No
do we
repeat
get,
offenders? Sorry.
Bobby, go ahead. You got the floor.
okay, in these insurance claims, do we get compensated for the time that Dave spends getting all of this done?
No, it's purely just the cost for the repairs.
Does that include Jeff?
Yes.
Hey, so, but we are getting, well, we may not be getting, are we getting our $500 fines or whatever they are?
$750.
$750. Thank you,
That's
Bobby.
determined by the courts. So we will not receive, if the fine is $750, and even if that full amount is levied, there's a portion of that goes to the court system. But that's determined with each ticket case by case.
Have we seen any guilty verdicts yet or anything like that?
They have not yet gone before a judge.
Okay.
Vic suggested last meeting.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, Vic suggested last meeting, $750 for weight, $750 for width, $750 for height.
Right.
I mean, yeah, it ought to be $5,000. I mean, if our repairs are $2,500 or $3,000, we ought to be collecting enough to be able to do it.
Well, because at least we should be whole,
Yeah.
and we're not.
Yeah.
That is how they are all ticketed. There are layered offenses, and so it depends upon the vehicle and the number of violations. But again, I don't know what the judge will ultimately decide, but that's what's presented to them.
All right, Jeff, continue on, please.
Okay, Dave. Okay, so
Oh,
there's
and you had a comment though. Hold on a second. No, you're good.
No.
Okay.
That's meaningful.
Okay. If there's a few minutes here, I'd like to talk about Kruger Road for a couple minutes as far as the schedule and the implications of the federal funding of it. Our office found out last week that with all of the revisions that were just processed with the Surface Transportation Program through the Lake County Council Mayors, IDOT, and CMAP, somehow, some way, $200,000 was removed from this project. So that's the bad news. The okay news is that $200,000 can get reprogrammed back into the project. However, there's a timing component to that. As of now, the project is being targeted for the January 22nd, 2021 bid letting. And to go through the process to get that $200,000 back into the program would delay the bidding for this project to March 5th. So 6 weeks. So that $200,000, if it's not put back into the program, that would be an expense not covered at all under the federal reimbursement. So potentially, if the bids come back to where we're projecting them, that could be another exposure to the village of $200,000. Now, delaying the bid opening from January 22nd to March 5th is 6 weeks. Construction for a federally let project typically does not start for 2 months until after the bids are opened. And also a project such as this is typically not going to start until the weather changes and asphalt plants open up around April 15th. So delaying the bid 6 weeks will have an impact on the construction, but it's not going to be as big of an impact as one may think when you consider the time of year, the asphalt plants, and just how long it takes the state to process contracts. So I would recommend the village pursue the March 5th letting so that the council can get this money reprogrammed back into the project, thus avoiding that additional cost exposure. Unfortunately, with the change in the program, this was not otherwise something that would have been noticed. It was only noticed once our office started talking to the Council of Mayors last week about the final agreements, updating cost estimates, and things like that.
Well, we knew it was $1.4 million. So what are you saying? It should have been 1.6?
Correct.
Ah, okay.
Who's
Wish
the
I would have
they?
known that.
Council of Mayors.
Who's the they? Who's the they who removed this? The Council of Mayors?
So the whole program is a conglomerate between the Council of Mayors, IDOT, and CMAP.
Was it the engineering
So-
fees that were set up separately or something like that? Is that what they missed? What was it?
It's actually the construction cost, like you said, Bill, the 1.4 million versus the 1.6.
What's the guarantee that it'll be back by March?
So we talked to Mike Clemens, who is our council liaison. He's already got the process started on that. And he actually told us that he could have started the process, but failed to ask Mongrove if they wanted that $200,000 back in the process, or back into the project, which was kind of an interesting statement, certainly an oversight on their part.
Did you
But
just
we have to
say
pay for it.
that they didn't know whether we want it back in?
Well, the funding level got reduced to 200,000, and they didn't reach out to us to notify and or otherwise ask the question of should that funding go back to the 1.6 million.
Okay, so there's no risk to us in basically in waiting to get the 200,000, correct?
No, the council said that will get processed.
And if we don't get the 200,000, that's okay too. I mean, it's not okay. We lost 200,000, which stinks, but we can still proceed with the delay, right?
Right. Yeah. If we go to the January, stay on course for the January letting, that puts the village, if the bids come in higher than is projected, anything above that amount is going to be 100% local responsibility, the 1.4 million.
Oh, so it's not just the 200 that got taken out by this undescribable process. it's also, we bear any of the unknowns on bidding.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
So there's still going to be the funding cap with the 1.6 million, but it's going to give you that buffer in there in case the bids come in higher than projected.
But the delay of going from January to March, we don't introduce any other risk or uncertainty about getting the approval.
No.
Okay.
You'll write a check if you're wrong?
No.
Bobby's serious, actually, by the way.
Yeah, actually I am.
Sorry.
I think the only
well,
risk
I hope
may
you move
be,
the bid letting to the March 5th to March 5th. That way, the likelihood of any check needing to be written is greatly reduced.
so the only risk would be if everybody get loaded up with work between the January and the March bid lettings. I don't see that necessarily happening, but.
Yeah, I don't see that either. The other thing that I would add on that, you know, January 22nd is pretty early to bid a construction season project. You know, there's still a lot of unknowns. And, you know, historically, you know, our office, when we're bidding road programs, even for early season work, we don't want to bid those until mid to late February, because that's when the prices are really established for these contractors.
I think you have direction unless anyone objects, right?
Yeah, I think we move it out to March 5th.
All right, let's just go around. So, Bobby, you okay with that?
Well, I don't see that there's an alternative.
Got it.
I'm not willing to blow 200.
Yep, makes sense. Chuck?
I agree with Bobby.
Chris? Go ahead. Chris?
Same. Agree with Chuck and Bobby.
Rita?
Agree.
Yes, okay. Ann?
Yep, 5.
Jenny?
Yes.
All right, I think you've got direction, so.
All right. Thank you very much. Sorry for the unfortunate news.
Anything else?
End of report.
All right.
Well, can I circle back on something having to do with the village and opening the village hall? If that's
Sure.
okay.
Sure.
So there's a product out on the market called bipolar ionization. It has gained great popularity since COVID because it has been proven to kill the COVID virus. It is getting retrofitted into airplane systems, you know, their air conditioning systems. The White House just had it done. Hospitals are having it done. Obviously, the bigger the building, the more the cost. I don't know what the cost would be, but if somebody can get me details on the air conditioning system and the air handler system in that Village Hall, I can make some phone calls and start getting an order of magnitude. And it would cost us money. I have no idea how much. But if this COVID thing's around for God knows how many months more, years, the next pandemic, you name it, it might not be a bad investment to make.
I agree.
What are you, what's it called again? Bipolar what?
Bipolar ionization. Probably the most popular company because they've gotten UL listings is a company called Global Plasma Solutions. You can probably look them up on the internet. The interesting thing is most bipolar ionization systems put ozone off into the air, which isn't a good thing. GPS actually has certification from UL saying that their system does not put ozone into the air. Personally, I find that a little bit hard to believe, but it could be at such negligible amounts that, you know, UL blessed it and said, you know, it's not really putting anything harmful into the airstream. But we can't just keep this village hall closed indefinitely. I think it's worth looking into. I'd be happy to make some phone calls, but I need to understand the system that's in the building right now. So Dave, if you could get me any data on the HVAC system, that'd be greatly
Even
appreciated.
who services it.
Yeah, anything, you know, because obviously the raw cost of materials, one thing, the installation's another thing. It does not take a lot of power, and it typically can be retrofitted very quickly into pretty much any type of HVAC system or air handling system.
So does that defend the people in the building from the people coming inside?
It will kill any airborne viruses, and it has been tested and proven to kill COVID.
Wow.
So
Hey,
it's
Chuck,
kind
you
of
may
a
wa-
weird thing. It's not known outside the HVAC industry. Should
Chuck,
be.
you may want to pull the permit information. It might have the air handling information in there.
That's funny. That's funny, Chris.
Do I go to Mundelein for that?
You might. Just saying.
All right. Well, let's.
Anyways, I'd be happy to make some phone calls. I know very many people in the industry, so won't cost the village anything. It'll cost me a little bit of time. I'd be more than happy to do so.
Or we could perhaps let you into the village hall too to take a look at the system, right? So
Sure.
either way,
If I have to wear a mask, I'm not going in.
there you go.
I'm kidding. Just give me some data. I'll run with it and report back.
Thanks, Chuck.
Thank you.
All right. So at this point, what I'd like to do is entertain a roll call motion to go into executive session for meeting minutes, for the purpose of meeting minutes, threat and litigation, enforcement matters, investment, and personnel matters. Who wants to make a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee O'Connor, seconded by Trustee O'Reilly. It's a roll call.
All right, Trustee Borowski,
Yes.
Trustee Kritzmeyer,
Yes.
Trustee O'Reilly,
Aye.
Trustee Nora.
Aye.
I heard a clearing of a throat, but was that an aye?
Yeah, that's an aye. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Trustee O'Connor,
Aye.
Trustee Michaud.
Aye.
Okay,
Okay, now we've got a few extra folks in here. Jeff, you're going to join us in executive session, right?
Good
And
luck. Good luck. Keep up the good work.
see you, Mike.
Okay.
Thanks, Mike.
Bye-bye.
Have a good night.
Yep.
I want to make sure I don't add anyone in. Let me see. I'll do my best here. So let me go ahead and put you in the breakout room. Why can't I? Wait, let's make sure I got everyone that's supposed to be here. I think we're okay. All right, so is everyone here?
Missing
Yeah, I
Chris.
think so.
Oh, there he
There's
is.
Chris.
Okay, so looking for a motion. Looking for a motion to approve the executive meeting minutes from the Tuesday, the September 8th executive meeting. Moved by trustee O'Reilly, seconded by
Second.
trustee Michaud. Roll call.
Okay, trustee Michaud,
Aye.
trustee O'Connor,
You're muted.
Sorry. Aye.
okay, trustee Nora,
Aye.
trustee O'Reilly,
Aye.
trustee Kritzmeyer,
Aye.
and trustee Borowski.
Aye.
All right, motion carried. Looking for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by trustee O'Reilly, seconded by trustee Kritzmeyer. Roll call.
Okay, trustee Borowski,
Yes.
trustee Kritzmeyer.
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly,
Aye.
trustee Nora,
Aye.
trustee O'Connor,
Aye.
and trustee Michaud.
Yes.
All right, meeting adjourned. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good
Let
night,
us know what day
everyone.
next week.